welcome in. How's it going? How's it going? How we doing? You just got out of bed. I'm proud of you though, Nikki. You did the hardest part. You did the hardest part already. So, funny story. It says it's playable with controller, but it doesn't seem like controller wants to actually do anything. There's no achievements though. Okay. Is the game really loud for anyone else? Okay. So, there's a way that you could ask that without, you know, you could just be like, I think the game's a little loud. I mean, it's just the menu, so who knows? Okay, so I think I have to hit enter. And then hopefully I can use my... Hold on. Credits, options, game progress, options. Resolution, holy... Guess what? Oh, it crashed when I tried to change the... Okay. It does seem like they... Okay, guys, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Nope, I didn't want to go to Treasure Cove. Back. Yeah, if I go to change to the resolution, it crashes. So, it looks like we're playing it in that resolution. Hi, Gigi. You getting dumplings tonight? We have an audio compressor as a browser, and I might need to change the settings to suppose the game actually being loud. That's why you asked that way. Okay. I thought you were asking that way, like... You're like, everyone else is hearing what I'm hearing, right? Maybe I'm just sensitive. Okay. Can I change any of this? If I do this? I feel like that looks better. Controller type, gamepad. I want to try to do my resolution. Okay. Has been configured. No. Okay. Player 1 configuration. Whoa. Just do Elden Ring style. Select. Press button for light attack. Press button for heavy attack. Grab/combo. Alright, let's do action interact as X. We'll do use as A. Block. B. Y. Up. Down. Left. Right. Previous item. This is crazy. I'm just gonna do fucking mouse and keyboard then, because like... Oh no. Okay. 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 I can't redo the... Damn it, I want to try. I really wish I could change my, I really wish I could change my... I did. I did, guys. I did turn it down.
Hanging, Jack.
I'll just assume they'd wake me.
There's only 1 hour before daylight, Jack. 1 hour to escape the hangman's noose.
Escape. My favorite two-syllable word. You have a plan?
This is not how the movie goes, by the way.
Always. Just follow my lead, eh?
What? What? How do I move? My good sir. You want me to use the arrow buttons? Z. Z is attack. Just so you guys know. Z. Press question mark to use an item. Press question mark to use an item. Change items by pressing question mark. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I see. I see. Exclamation. Do any of these buttons work? Button. I'm just pushing buttons. Okay, Z is my sword. I have figured that out. Oh, X is also my sword. Okay. That's like grab? Right. 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 Okay, that's switching my items, looks like. Okay. Okay. Oh, shift blocks. Okay. Control. Alt. Space. Okay. Very interesting. So... Backspace is interactions. Spacebar, A, and D are items. Right. Right. Exclamation. Backspace. Enter.
Hey,
Enter. Okay.
you, be careful. The guards are all around here. Just chain your attacks and you can beat them easily. Now, quick, behind
Gotcha.
you. You've been spotted.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Press. Press button or button for attack. Got it.
Are you crazy to think you can battle me?
Press button to grab an enemy. Yes. Mm-hmm. Press button, button, button to perform a combo.
Now I put big hurt on you all over.
Oh, okay, you did.
That's your best.
Okay, am I kind of sick with a sword? Am I kind of sick with it? Yeah, I figured that out already. And then this is the grab. Yeah, I figured that out. Okay, so then... So now... Enter.
Very nice footwork there, mate. There's a rope over there that'll get you up onto the platform above. Then it's easy to get you across the chasm. Best of luck, stranger.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
God bless you.
I don't know how to use my right hand to control my movement. Alright, so now that I'm here, can I... No, you can't change your settings now in here. You don't know how to use your right hand either? Yeah. I know, you guys can't just like leave stuff the way they are. You have to take them out of context. Hi guys.
Hi. Some of these stupid guards think their crack hands are dueling. Just remember to block and wait for a real good moment to strike. Thanks, mate.
Right. 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 Okay, now there's a dude. Press and hold something to defend. I think it's shift. It's shift, okay. I'm pushing the button. I only have 31 hearts left. Get shitted all over. Get shitted all over. This is so hard to control with my right hand. I don't know what I'm doing.
Someone told me that all the loot.
Yes, I just tried to. I think I have to go back
Is stashed
to the
in
main menu to do that.
Above the armory. Seems a shame to be locked up like that. If you know what I mean.
To the left-hand mic came along. Yeah, probably. I do have a pretty decent pirates
God bless you.
cosplay. All right, can I save? Quit to main menu. Well, I don't know where my save is, so. Oh, there's a ladder. I see it. Would you be mad if I watched Lord of the Rings without me? I mean, like, if you're watching it, I would not be mad. But, like, if the two of you were just like, yeah, we're going to do a movie night without Pink, then I probably would be mad.
I am ready to hear you
Oh,
beg
shit.
for mercy.
Wait, how do I use my chicken space? I ate a whole chicken. Get shit all over, dude. Why are you here exactly? Alt R to close? What? The Discord can be the treasure chest. Bro, if I like... I don't know, man. I like would totally embrace it, but no. I'm not gonna make that my whole channel. Now you know how I feel when you don't watch movies with me? Yeah, it's totally the same, I'm sure. Alright, after this level, we're gonna try to remap our keys. Yeah, we found one of Gigi's Winter Soldier triggers. Start our own podcast. You and Horseman are gonna start a podcast about what it's like when I don't watch movies with you guys. Did I pick everything up? Nope. See? Money. Money. Snubbed the truth about Pinxel. You guys are wild. You guys are crazy. Okay. Is this the this is this one. Okay, so now I'm supposed to leave. Right.
Don't bother yelling. I have my good eye on you. You bet.
Oh shit. Are these throwing? Are these throwing knives?
You into food.
Wastros. Wait, no, I want to get my stuff. Back up. Wait. Why can't I can't back up anymore and get these things that I didn't pick up. Bro can't even like react. That's great. Awesome gameplay. Look at this. Hi, Dave. Done, bitch.
I knock them down, which is always the way.
Can I pick these things up now? Oh, they're gone now. Of course they are. This is very hard to do with the directional pad. Right, but I told you before that, like, yeah, it was just me and you and Nikki, but like at the same time, like, I'm not hosting movie nights just for me and Horseman and Nikki if no one else is gonna show up, you know? Like, that's not what the community is about. The community isn't about the same 3 people that show up all the time. It's about everybody. It's about everybody being included and coming together and doing something. What was that? That's not true. Pink's chat is full of insecurities and probably the meanest. Yeah, you guys are pretty mean. Oh, you are about to enter a Jackanism. A Jackanism is an enhanced action sequence where you have to help Jack defeat the enemies. At key points, you will see action prompt in the bottom left screen. You must perform this action. But I don't... You will... Okay. If you do, then you will collect a notoriety. But okay, special... Right, but like, I don't have buttons. I just have... I don't... Okay. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like, I don't have buttons. Okay. I'm not gonna be able to do this. There's no way. Failed. Hi, lady. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? How did It Takes Two go? I saw you guys playing that before I went live. How'd it go? Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hi guys, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Hello. Hi Kanjo, how are you? Hi lady, how are you? Just in time to see the swashbuckling. Yeah, but I don't have my my keys. Like my keys aren't like labeled properly, so I have to go into my settings and I'm gonna have to fix them in a minute. I'm sorry. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here, lady. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to raid and run, if you need to do any post-stream care, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want, which includes games like these games here, but also games like Nintendo games, Lego games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. Today, we are playing 2007's Pirates of the Caribbean at World End. It is the video game that accompanied the movie. It is not updated for 2026. I'll just say that. Yes, we've been in each other's lives for years. Lady is probably one of the very first people I think I followed on Twitch. Like, maybe not the first, but one of the first, definitely. She was a Fallout player, and you guys all know how much I love Fallout. But yes, if you need to do anything, raid and run, all that, please, please, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, I have a little video that I like to show when we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace that maybe you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. This is a new video. This video is only a couple days old. So not only are you experiencing it most likely for the first time, but a lot of our regulars are experiencing it for the first time. So I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi, I'm Pinxel, and I'm here to help you find your true love. Step 1, card sleeves. Bitches love card sleeves.
Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content.
I have poopies for you.
Bigfoot needs to poop?
Excuse me?
Why are you so excited for this?
I peed my pants on stage for 30 seconds to Mars. Pancakes are a planet! Are you pooping?
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
It's beautiful!
GG. Oh.
You have to put your mouth on the wiener. My poisoned butt plug!
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Look at the sunlight on my little hairy little butt cheeks. Oh my god, she's gaming! Let me help you. Oh, don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
Hey kid, you want some games?
I look like the kid from Stranger Things.
I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. That feminine urge to step on the mine. It'll save you hundreds of money by switching to doo-doo poo-poo.
We are having fun.
Guys, for legal reasons, please do not set your dick on fire. It might not even cut off your dick. If there's somebody in your house that has a dick, no one's safe. I keep finding these boners. I just want to be beautiful like her. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Listen, it's hot out there for a hoe, okay?
Thank you so much for the raid, lady. How far did you guys get in It Takes Two? I love it. I love It Takes Two. Such a good game. All right, so we failed our quick time event, which I think we knew we were gonna do because I can't. So I'm gonna continue, and I'm gonna like try to do this fight, and then hopefully once we finish at least the first level, struggle through the first level with these weird controls. Now that we know what controls kind of mean, we can maybe remap them. So this is Christy. Bravo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, go this way. Grab. No, grab. No, go this way. I'm gonna die because he doesn't turn around. I was lucky. That was very lucky. No! No! Fuck. Oh my gosh, why so many? Why so many men?
This is the day that you were defeated by Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, yep. I know exactly where we're at. I know precisely where we're at. Trauma. Trauma. Alright. How many men? I keep wanting to use my other hand for directions. Jeez Louise, so many men. Entirely too many men. Bruh. Are you the last man? Yay, the last man! The last man. Men, as in plural? As in plural? What does that do? What is that for? What is this for? What is this for? What is this for? No, go back. I'm Captain Jack Sparrow, love. Sticks and stones. I have that tattooed on my ribcage, by the way. Sticks and stones, love. In the Pirates of the Caribbean font. Oh, nice. Oh, okay, you changed my camera angle. That's fine.
I'm going mad in here. Free me.
Oh, changed my camera angle again. Hello.
Be careful, mate. The warden has quite a lot of nasty instruments lying about. Go on, give him a try. Oh yeah.
That movie?
Someone told me
The first
he's
one was
carrying
2003.
the key to Davy Jones' locker.
3, 5, and 7.
That is.
Submission complete. Oh, did I set them all free?
Cheers, me hearty.
Cheers, me hearty. Drink up, me hearty. Oh, wow. Lieutenant John Swallows. Sure. Okay, but can we face the right direction, please? Thank you. The ambient screams are wonderful. Oh no, another man.
How dare you think you can fight me?
I don't think I can fight you, unfortunately. Bruh. Bruh. Am I supposed to be using these, like, environmental things here to fight him? Because I'm not. Oh, wait, directions. No, directions. No! I was not using the directions.
How dare you think
Is this
you
a
can
save
fight
point?
me?
I want to remap my keys so badly. No. What do these do? Hold on, I want to use one of these. What does this do? I can't. Oh, I guess I can. Oh. Sure. Sure. Enter. What? How did that not hit him? Sir. Yeah, this is hard. When you can only use the directionals. Can I, like, rotate, like, no. Oh my gosh, I'm stuck on this board. Oh. Sure. HP left. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like you're definitely supposed to be using these things here. Ah, he moved at the last second. I totally would have had him.
How dare you think you can fight me?
Okay. So I've noticed that I kind of stay at least facing their direction if I leave that up like that.
Give up, foolish one.
What? Why is he not doing anything there? Okay, well, sure. He swings twice and I keep forgetting.
I was hoping for a bit of a challenge.
One more hit on this motherfucker. Go. Key! Key! Come on. No, face the thing. Okay, I guess we'll go back to it. There we go. Errol Flynn type, I know. No, I don't want to fight right now, my guy. I'm like... I just like fought like your huge older cousin, like...
Perhaps
come
I've
on.
just gotten too good.
Am I gonna hide in this? Oh, no. Oh, it's gunpowder. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, yes, of course. Oh, more men. Right. Why not? Ah.
Next time,
Pick up
best
these
think twice about
turkeys.
crossing Captain Jack Sparrow.
Pick up these chickens. Beautiful. Look at this scenery here. Nice. Alright, so we're clearly saved now.
Company, Jack. Lots of company. Keep this close, Jack. Here's what you've got to do now. Savvy? You have to find the elusive gypsy Tia Dalma. She's in Port Royal somewhere.
This isn't how the movie
She can
goes.
help you rally the pirate brethren, Jack, and that's the only thing as might save our skins.
Normally I would oblige. However, regrettably and lamentably, there's not a sail in sight.
Yeah, 2007 was when this movie came out.
Bootstrap Bill Turner on the Black Pearl.
For old time's sake, I be here to warn you. Davy Jones is on his way. He demands his due. Get yourself off these waters, Jack. You're sold for the pearl, Jack. It was a deal you made. What you owe him. So run, Jack. Run, get to land.
Topside! Everyone, make sail!
Okay. Okay. Cool. Olay enemies? How the fuck? Okay. It is Skarsgård. Oh, good old Stellan. Alright, can I want to get back to the menu so I can change my controls. Do I get to be Will now? Oh my gosh.
Good to see you, mate. Pray tell, what brought you here?
Looking for you.
This is
and
Dead
now
Man's
saving
Chest.
you, apparently.
Did you bring a bucket of water?
This is Dead Man's Chest. Was there not a Dead Man's Chest game? So we just... Oh, wait, no. Stop. Quit to main menu. I just got hit in the back. Yeah, they do have clips of the movies, and they just have to work with that. Okay, configuration. Light attack will do this. Oh, okay. F, I guess? Because I can't use my mouse. G. Grab. R, maybe? Or no, I should do this one as R, and I should do that one as J. Okay. Block, I'm gonna keep. Action, I'm gonna do E. Use, I can keep a space. That's fine. Okay, up this. Down this. Left this. Right this. Previous item. Do 1, 2. Inventory tab, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Let's see. There was a Dead Man's Chest. It's weird that they just did Dead Man's Chest in this. So there's still no mouse, though.
Good to see you, mate. Pray tell, what brought you here?
Looking for you. And now saving you, apparently.
Oh god, his voice
Did
is
you
so
bring a
bad.
bucket of water?
Oh, so much better. I mean, it's still kind of hard to do
You are amazing.
tagging when you have to do it at the same time here. But it's fine. It's so much easier when I can control properly now. Also, not how this happens in the movies, in case anyone cares.
I rather enjoyed that.
I might even... Since I can't use my mouse... Hold on. I have one more idea. Since I can't use my mouse anyway, I can just change my light and heavy attacks to my, like, J, K, and L. Okay. Because I can't do anything anyway. Just Googled really fast. You don't even know if it's the same people. Yeah, that is lucky. Hi, Goob. How are ya? What's this? This is the 2007 movie companion at World's End, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Good to see you, mate. Pray tell, what brought you here?
Looking for you. And now saving you, apparently.
Did you bring a bucket of water?
Oh yeah, much better. Because I can't do anything with my mouse anyway. Okay.
This is almost too...
They're just falling out of the trees and stuff?
You never had a chance to defeat me.
You know Goob? You know our new friend Goob?
Oh, so good to see you. But now you must save the other crew members.
Okay. Save the other crew members. Can I break these? Yeah. Nice. Okay, so I can go this way. Oh, there's a man here. Let's go.
A bit of proper training, and you might just be a challenge.
Thanks to my stars.
Oh. Well, welcome in, Goob. Nice to meet you. Anyone who is a friend of Nikki's is a friend of ours. Okay, now where? Can I go on the bridge? It didn't look like I could. Oh, I can. Okay. Thanks for the follow. Nice.
Pirate.
A pirate. You're a pirate too, William. Oh, turn around. Are they just like climbing out and stuff? That's crazy. Whoa. Sir. Sir.
Maybe the sun got to you.
Let me pick up my gold. No, my gold! Dedge.
You really should practice more.
Oh, thought it was only Squee. You've been adopted by many now.
But you must save the rest of the crew.
Oh, Horseman! That's so nice of you. Thank you for gifting us up to Goob. That's so nice of you. Every little bit helps now. Nowadays. Now you can play with the emotes. Those are some good emotes right there.
Get some rest, and maybe you can try again.
Chiz. Chiz. Guys, I think this might actually be the best game I've ever played. Just saying. This may or may not be the greatest game I've ever played. And I bet you right now, I'm the #1 Pirates of the Caribbean streamer. I'll bet you. I'll bet you.
My prayers are answered. Or my crazed mumblings. Either way, see to the other crew fast.
See to the other crew fast. I will.
Looks like you'll need some help on this one, mate. She might be more woman than you can handle. If you olay her into the pot, I'll throw a coconut on her head.
How do you fucking olay somebody? Use blocking to change your position using the environment against your enemies?
Yeah.
What? I don't know how to do that. Oh.
Just a few more times, mate.
Sure, sure, sure. Oh, did I just do like a flip? Am I amazing?
You didn't really expect to beat me, did
Am I amazing? Alright, let's Olay her into the pot. Come here. Come here. Olay! Olay, bitch! Olay! Come here. Come here. Is her titties out? Ma'am, this is Disney. You gotta put them titties away. How did I do that so quickly last time? Just so easily. Right here. Go, go. Ah!
Have some of that.
Whenever you play Pirates of the Caribbean, you're the #1 streamer. Thanks, Dave. I just wish I could be the #1 streamer in you guys' hearts. Wow, those notifications are humongous. I have to turn those off. I'm gonna have to go offline, I think, for while we play this. Come here. It's fine. Just go into this pot. It's fine. Come here. Come here. Just go into the pot. It's fine. Right here. Go in the pot. No, go in the pot. My gosh. Come here. No, this way. Come here. Come on. No. Come here. Come here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, over here, here. Yeah, yeah, right there. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for absolutely nothing, Ray.
Quick, over this bridge.
Oh, I want to eat more mac and cheese. My mac and cheese is cold. Come on. Oh! Oh! I wasn't pushing.
Quick, over this bridge.
Shit.
Quick, over this bridge.
I don't know which ones that is, though. So the exclamation point is E. And then, is this K? Okay, no. Oh, is it shift? It might be shift. Alright, hold on.
Quick, over this bridge.
Okay, so E. And is this shift? Shit, no? What the fuck? I don't know what button that is. Like, I don't know what action that is. It's gotta be L. That's the only one that's left.
Quick, over this bridge.
E. L. Okay. Heavy. Oh, I got that one. Okay. Light. Some indecipherable hieroglyphics. Is that the Isla de Pelagostos? Is it done? Okay, no. What is this? Oh my gosh. Okay. This is some PS2 Revenge of the Sith final level Anakin versus Obi-Wan shit over here is what this is.
You could at least make an effort. This is embarrassing.
I'm sorry, Jack. I don't see you over here. I mean, that's defying physics, but sure. Sure.
It's about time these gents had a bath, don't you think?
Sure. I have to itch my nose. I have to itch my nose. Ah. didn't mean to. Oh, I was pushing the button too many times. Shit. I just meant to do it twice, not 3. Sheesh. Give me that chicken. I need this chicken. No, wait. I need this chicken. It's important.
I sincerely hope
I'm working on it, Jack.
If I wasn't stuck down here, I'd have taken care of him by now.
Sure. I loved you, Anakin. You were my brother, Anakin.
Quick, we have another uninvited guest.
Oh, you don't say, Jack. You don't say. Oh, I just pushed him off. Okay, cool. Ah.
You want to be hacking at those branches, mate. That's it, mate. 2 left.
Bruh. I can't cut the branches. There's too many men. Bruh. I need this chicken. I need this chicken too.
Just one more and we'll be on our way. Maybe setting us free wasn't such a good idea after all. I think I just lost.
Okay, cool. Just kick them off. That's fine. Bro, this game? Hard. He's gonna drown. Okay.
Port Royal, post haste! The shortest time in the open sea, the better, eh? Aye, aye, Jack.
Port Royal?
I will. We have a pressing and unyielding need to find Teodolma.
Teodolma's not in Port Royal, ever. Not ever once. Not ever once. Past self was super cool instead of cat food for future self. Nice.
Port Royal's not the safest place for us, with Beckett having a price on our heads.
Desperate men will go to desperate lengths. Witness my desperate search for the voodoo queen, Teodolma.
Not how any of this goes. Okay. Johnny Depp made him amazing. What do you mean? Tortuga? Hello.
Hey, don't you recognize me? Well, I was nothing but a scurvy prisoner at that horrible prison fortress. You rescued me. So now, take this for your trouble, eh?
200 gold.
So, many thanks again.
More?
So,
why are you still? Why do you still have exclamation? Superb owl. Cool. Right, and then can I kill him? Okay, fair. Okay. I at least know them a little bit more now. Up. E. Down. E. Right. Ah!
You have been warned. Now you will suffer. You can hardly walk, let alone fight.
Where are they all coming from, though? For what reason? Oh, shit. He kicked me in the nuts. Huh? Back having at this. What's this? What are the little circles? I'm stuck. I'm very stuck. Haha, that was funny. Oh my god, bro.
Make you regret that your pitiful mother ever birthed you.
Holy shit.
Things are just not looking good.
How
for
did
you,
I do that? He's doing Bugs Bunny stuff. Jackson's supposed to be goofy. Most of it's Jeff's. Who actually saying was ruining the movie by being an extra too much. Yeah. I'm not sure that's like he said that he based the character off Keith Richards, so I'm not sure how much of that is true.
Could you help me? My lazy husband's somewhere in town. Could you find him for me?
Sure.
I will reward you if you can get him to come back here to me.
Well then, we appear to have an arrangement.
Okay. Let's go find her dumb husband. I need food.
Hey, Captain Jack Sparrow, why not help us with a little raid to Fleet? So,
Right.
and after we get all the rum, Jack, a little meat.
Two chickens. Two chickens. Oh, rip that shit down. Excuse me. Your favorite thing. Hi, Key.
Hey, you, come play a game of pirate dice.
No, not right now. Are you threatening this lady?
I will make you regret that your pitiful mother
Who?
ever
What?
birthed.
Why? Why? Jack Sparrow is one of the best ones he did. Well, that's Tia Dalma, so we gotta wait for that. Who are you?
Aye, I know ye, don't I?
The story of this mostly fine establishment?
Oh, this building has not much of history. Surely it cannot interest ye.
But those
Sounds. What happens in me inn stays there, and that goes for the rooms and bed sheets.
East India will own the seas. I tell you.
yeah, in this movie, in the third movie.
You, an innkeeper, with those beady eyes, you dreaming? bet you had some fine evenings within an old rented room.
Be a good thing to have old pirates wiped from the sea.
Submission complete. Cool. I helped them rob some guy of his booze.
Now you shall see what painful
Oh,
steel a
you
British soldier is
shitter.
made of.
Come on. Ever been to Tortuga? It's been so long since you've seen the films? Yeah, me too. So long.
I might fight you just so.
Nice.
Is it time for
Willy
the hangings
Wonka.
yet?
Good one too.
Hey, you. Come play a game of
I
Pirates.
still don't want to play dice. Oh wait, it's probably a no. I was gonna say it's probably a sub goal, but there's not any what you call it's here achievements in this game. Kick him in the nuts. Yeah. Hey, are you a cheating husband? You look like one.
Look, mate, man to man.
She wants you back. I don't know why. Best honor such devotion. Submission complete. Incorrect. Achievements absolutely were a thing. Just beat AC3. How many lobster backs? I can't even remember there's any left to kill. That's funny. Lobster backs. Submission complete. Yeah. Meant to do that.
They appear to not like pirates here.
Oh, you must be a very stupid pirate. Are they throwing shit at him? Wait, am I going the right way? I want to go the wrong way first. Okay, that's something. Are you moving on to Black Flag, or are you taking a little break from Assen? Assen. A Duncan pirate. It's not giving me a thing to do these. It's not giving me a thing to do these. Yeah. I didn't say it was wrong. Never played the DLC.
Are you ever sober? Gonna give you a real Port Royal welcome.
Did I go back to like the lady in the beginning? Oh yeah.
Captain Jack
Oh yeah, I probably
Sparrow.
should get the main quest
It
that I'm
is
here.
time. The pirate lords must be found and rallied. A conclave must be held in
Duncan's
Shipwreck
still drunken.
City.
No, I got it. I
or
got it. I got
piracy
it.
shall vanish from the seas forever.
I could go for some
There
Duncan.
is a
I could
key
too, but I don't
which
got no money.
opens a chest. There is a chest when opened holds the heart of David Jones, and he who holds the heart.
Controls Davy Jones. I will keep that in the forefront of my thinking as I rally the pirate lords.
But listen, Jack. One of the lords, he call himself Capitan Cheval, is here
And so
in Port
we shall go
Royal,
to war.
Nothing to it then.
due to be hanged.
Why can't these pirate lords learn to behave themselves?
Release the prisoners from their cells, a fitting distraction for you. Set some gunpowder within the yard to
I've
cover
already
your
been here.
escape.
That all makes sense now.
Block the entrances to the yard to stop reinforcements. And weaken the supports to the stocks platform. If you do all this, then freeing the pirate lord will be easy.
Got it.
Easy.
Except, go back. What was that first one again?
There are more lords to be rallied. You will find some in Tortuga. But for now, be quick, retired Jack. The hangman's noose tightens.
Your brother was captured by thieving pirates.
Will
Oh,
be my
heck.
duty to the crown to physically hurt you.
Ah, heck. Bruh.
We're there, is he? Or he?
Push the button.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Push the button! I haven't put gunpowder down. Oh no. Heck.
Prepare for defeat, you
Heck.
worthless scoundrel.
Heck. Prevent them from raising the alarm. Okay. No, don't touch that. No alarm.
Have you nothing but their
No alarm! I will kill you. There's nothing there yet, though. There's nothing there yet. Deeply flattered, but my first and only love is the sea. Never would have worked between us.
Oh! No, my God, it must be clean.
There's no gunpowder down yet, though. There's no gunpowder down, though. Where's the gunpowder? In here, maybe? Oh yeah, set these guys free.
God bless you. Thanks, mate.
Oh.
sharp.
Right. It totally
Always
works that
one
way.
for the last minute. I am most grateful for the rescue.
Allow me to give you a means to express said gratitude. Take part in the conclave. Alas, I must return to my ship.
Done. I shall see you at the conclave, Jacques Sparrow.
Sparrow. Okay. Now we go back to Teodalma.
It will be my pleasure to cause you severe, nay, disabling bodily harm.
That was kind of funny.
Perhaps I've just gotten too good.
Prepare for defeat, you worthless scoundrel.
The feet! Fuck off. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need this chicken. No. Nice.
Hope you enjoyed that, mate.
Nice. Cheeks!
You, sir, are about to feel the...
Next time, let's think twice about crossing Captain Jack Sparrow.
Jack Sparrow.
Jack Sparrow!
I'm a bit pressed for time, Governor.
Oh, wait.
Oh, he's long gone by now.
It's Elizabeth. Lord Beckett has declared her a pirate for helping you. She has fled to Tortuga to find Will Turner.
And Will Turner would like to be found, I'm sure. Promise, I'll be on the lookout for both of them. Looks like the lads might need a spell of time to prepare for sailing.
You have made an error in facing me.
Oh.
Enemies like you make this all too easy.
Bro, how many? He did not. No, this is definitely an impersonator. Most definitely this is not him. Bro, how many men?
The sign of this, eh? I
Need that chicken. Need both of those chickens. Chicken. Bro, how many men?
Jack Sparrow!
I'm a bit pressed.
Oh, okay, hold on. Did I fail?
Wait. It's Elizabeth.
Am I supposed to get there?
Lord Beckett has declared her a pirate for helping you. She has fled to Tortuga to find Will Turner.
And Will Turner would like to be found, I'm sure.
Promise, I'll be on the lookout for both of them.
Okay.
Looks like the
I
lads
spent
might
too
need
much
a spell of
time.
time to prepare for sailing.
Now you shall see what painful steel a British soldier is made of.
Okay, so I think I have to get there. I think it's coming now. Is that what I'm supposed to understand? Fuck, bro.
I was hoping for it.
Alright, so I think I have to go. Okay, so I wait here and then they blow this up. Okay. I see. Then I wait here until they blow this up.
It will be my pleasure to cause you severe, nay, disabling bodily harm.
Okay, now go. Okay, I understand now.
That's your best.
Ah! Gotta loot though, so I can get the looting. Chicken. Okay, get this guy, and I can go. Okay, and then hop on this. Yay!
Anchor up, make sail, lower the jib. All the customary activities.
And where to, Jack?
I hear Tortuga is pleasant this time of year.
Oh, what's his name? Gibbs sounds like Gibbs, but... Capitaine Cheval. Nice. Oh, stretch.
Jack, could that be Davy Jones' ship?
That wreck? Unlikely. Times may have turned tough for old Davy, but he won't be a run afoul of any shoals. And it's too small. The real Flying Dutchman is much bigger. In a frightening, slime-covered, monstrous sort of way. That's the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, this is all Deadman's chest.
Davy Jones has a key which opens a chest that contains his heart. Capture the heart, and you can control Jones.
But how will you stop them?
Sparrow! There's your answer. They'll come after me. You board the Dutchman. Get me that key.
Am I gonna be Will? Oh no, I'm Jack. Interesting. This guy's just a straight up lobster. Oh. Oh. Cool. I see Will over there now.
And I thought you just looked sad.
Am I supposed to be like? Am I supposed to be taking them all out so that he doesn't get overrun?
Over here.
Whoa. Okay.
Get ready.
You are disappointed.
It's like the same like 4 models just repeating.
Get a move on, Will! Get aboard the Dutchman now! Knock them down. This is always the way.
Your days as a pirate are about to come.
Oh, this is just 3 of the same character model. Bruh.
You'll have to do better.
Oh, where are they fucking coming from? Where are they coming from? Alright, hold on. I think it's time for some fresh air, you know? Sometimes you just gotta get some fresh air and breathe. Guys, is anyone playing Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End on Twitch? Dirge! What's up, Dirge? Raid? What's up, Dirge? How was your stream? OMG, heck yeah. Raid! It's a raid! Alright, hold on. Here, let me start this over. Is that Orlando Bloom? It is Orlando Bloom. It is. It's not his voice acting though, because I'm sure they couldn't afford to have him. And also, there's no mouse. So I'm literally using WASD with one hand and J, K, and L to fight with my other hand. It's super duper fun. And that was after I remapped all the keys because they wanted me to use my literal keypads, my directional pad. But all right, hold on. Let me for real. Let me do raid stuff for real. Because Dirge, you haven't seen the new raid video yet. You haven't seen the new raid video yet. You should definitely check it out before you head out. You should definitely check it out. And NPC Ninja, I think Pirates of the Caribbean could be a really good one. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm locked in. All right. I hope you guys enjoy the new raid video. Hi, I'm Pinxel, and I'm here to help you find your true love. Step 1, card sleeves. Bitches love card sleeves. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. Bigfoot needs to poop? Excuse me?
Why are you so excited for this?
I peed my pants on stage for 30 seconds to Mars. Pancakes are a planet!
Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
It's beautiful!
Easy. Oh.
You have to put your mouth on the wiener. My poisoned butt plug.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Look at the sunlight on my little hairy little butt cheeks.
Oh my god, she's gaming!
Let me help you. Oh, don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
Hey kid, you want some games?
I look like the kid from Stranger Things.
I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. That feminine urge to step on the mine.
It'll save you hundreds of money by switching to doo-doo poo-poo. We are having fun!
Guys, for legal reasons, please do not set your dick on fire. Might not even cut off your dick. If there's somebody in your house that has a dick, no one's safe. I keep finding these boners. I just want to be beautiful like her. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Listen, it's hot out there for a hoe, okay?
George, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Goob, that is my raid video. That's like my little trailer that I play when we get people to come into the stream. You love it? Good. There was quite a few clips of you in there, so I was like, hopefully he likes it. But yeah, so this game is from 2007. It looks like it and it plays like it. And yeah, I had to remap all of the keys because they were trying to have me use my directional keys with my right hand, and like it was like Z and X and C, and like it was weird. It was fucking weird. So I had to remap all of my keys. So now we're having a good time, kind of, mostly. You're good at editing those things. Thanks. All right, we're gonna continue. Yeah, so keep in mind that this game is like literally 20 years old. It's fine. We're doing great. So yeah, so the controls are WASD, and then my attacks are J, K, and L because there's no mouse buttons. There's no mouse. So I'm literally playing like this. You do love the new vid? Good, I'm glad. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm totally gonna die. Yeah. I'm glad you do like it. I'm not like 1000% in love with it, and I don't know like how to explain it. I just like, I don't know. Like there was like plenty of like videos to choose from. There was plenty of clips to choose from. Like that wasn't necessarily the problem. It was just like trying to make it all flow.
Prepare to face one of Davy Jones's worst.
I'm very much in this corner and I don't like it. Oh, get out of this corner, please. Bro, just put your fucking sword down, please.
Too bad I can't.
He keeps getting interrupted. I've never been able to say that entire voice line. I've just gotten interrupted every time. It's not a Black Pearl game. Or I'd fall asleep. Or I'd fall asleep. Actually, I put 4 quarters in this game because it was 99 cents. It's fine though. We're doing great. It supposedly takes about 6 hours to just beat the game and not like go for 100%, which I'm not gonna do because this is wild ass controls right now. This is some PlayStation 2 shit. Speaking of, I want to play that game that Dirge looked up for me. Dirge found that game, Return the King. Bro! Bro, I'm so dead. I just like when they spread out like that, it's like it's so tough.
Have you never battled before?
No, I'm just not used to using J, K, and L for my attacks, okay? Bro! Put your fucking sword down. Oh my god. Some of the old Lord of the Rings games. Well, that's what I was saying. That one that I had you find for me, the Return of the King one, I specifically remember it getting to a certain point where, like, it was hard. Like, it started getting actually difficult.
Prepare to face one
Oh my god, why?
I mean best.
You can.
Oh, get that chicken, please. Ah.
You never had a chance to
Chicken.
defeat me.
Alright, we're getting a little better. Seeing this being played. I mean, it kind of gives arcade, but it just screams like PlayStation 2 for me, honestly. Maybe not even PlayStation 2. This might even just be like PlayStation. This definitely is a 2007 video game. And like, it probably like in 2007, like that probably like, oh my god, like it looks like right out of the movie. It looks like it's right out of the movie, I swear. Bro. Put your shit away. It's so obnoxious. Oh, one dies and one more spawns. Cool. Oh,
maybe the sun got to you.
Finally. Finally. Music and the one-liners.
You are a vision, saving my scabby skin. Quick!
Yeah. I'll save your friends. You guys don't all need to say something, I got it. Yeah, you're all saved. You don't need to all say something about it. Hell yeah. Ah! I'm very not safe.
Will be a pleasure hurting you.
So if you like can time it right, you like can kick them. It's kind of funny.
If disturbing looks could wound, you
Just
might
like
have
stun
a
lock
chance.
them at this point.
Are all of you
Don't
so
let them attack. That's all it is. Oh, what are you? You're not in the movie. You're made up. Bruh. Attack. What do you mean? You have 0 health. Bro has... He had 0 health. What was that? Guys, thanks for, like, letting me do silly, stupid things like this game.
Your days as a pirate are about to come to a...
Get some rest, and maybe you can try again.
You personally love watching these ones? The throwbacks, you mean? This is best. Thanks, guys. I get nervous when I don't play, like, the stuff that, like, people, like, come here for, you know?
I know you.
Don't mention it.
Stand
Okay.
back.
I'll stop talking.
Wait. Do I know you?
Papa?
You once did.
Father?
Papa?
I thought you were dead.
This is not how any of this happened.
Vice worse. I must serve my time before the mast. In service to Davy Jones.
Come with me.
I cannot. I must pay my debt. My word binds me to this ship.
Look at the difference in texture from his neck to his
I
chest.
will not abandon you. I will come back for you. I promise.
Beautiful, beautiful. Poetic, even. Oh, 2 different color eel men. For sure. Huh? Huh?
I look strange, but I hurt you bad.
Bruh. I appreciate that you don't have to, like, do, like, an eating animation or anything. You can just, like, crunch while you're just swinging away.
Proper swordsmanship confuse you.
How much HP do these guys have? What? It's one. It's 2.
I
Nice.
did dispatch you rather
No
quickly,
chicken?
didn't I?
Whatever, lame. Pirates, though? This is prime. It's true. It is prime Pinxel. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. That's heavy. Okay, I got it now. That's heavy.
I will enjoy filleting you.
Oh, okay. So it's just 2.
If you survive this battle, I suggest a bath.
Oh.
You didn't really expect to beat me, did you?
Play retro games? Yeah, I want to, like I said, there's a couple games I want to replay just because they're like old favorites. Like I almost want to replay like Assassin's Creed 1. Like I know Ray just went through them and that's not necessarily why I want to replay them. But like yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff that I want to replay that I'm just like, I want to just go back and... I've never played this, to be honest. I never played this. I played the Pirates of the Caribbean one.
The key to my chest that holds my heart.
I played the Pirates of the Caribbean one.
7
I'm an
seas are
idiot.
not big enough to
I played
hide
the
you,
Lego
Jack Sparrow.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Nothing can save you from Davy Jones' locker.
The key, Jack. I've got it.
Tortuga, Jack?
Yes.
No. You were just... I said I wanted to
never
replay
not a good
Assassin's
idea
Creed,
to
not because you've been playing them, but just because, like, I bought them on sale and stuff like that. And also... Oh, yes. Yes. I had it in my... Oh, yeah, the Batman games I
You
wanted to
think we'll
replay.
find
There's
Elizabeth
so many
here?
things I want to replay.
As good a place as any to start, and an even much more better place to look for pirate lords.
Got my cold coffee. Tortuga. Bootstrap. Davy Jones. I know, it's got all the good stuff, right?
Oi, you think you can just walk up to me with that silly grin on your face? Think again.
I got slapped. Is there another person who can slap me? Slap me, mommy, slap me. I bet you it's a side objective to get slapped by all of the girls. Can I go here? Ooh, I can. What is the money for? I have yet to need the money or use the money. See if these never finish the main story. Oh. We actually, I don't think I ever finished the main story either. I've gotten, I have Pirate Lord. Like we've played a lot of Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, like, is a kind of a fun community game.
I'll not waste me time with the likes of you. Not after the last time.
In this game? Mm-mm. Yeah, get slapped again. Not yet, no. I guess that means that there's shops in here, though. Can I talk to this guy? Can I go up? Hi. Can I go in here? No? Okay. Maybe you can use the money there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I said yet. Like, I'm sure.
Forget any idea of seeing me. You got too many ideas, methinks.
Slap. It's 3 slaps so far. Whoa. Buy something off the ladies? I think I did. I think that's the problem, is that I did.
Hey, don't you recognize me? Where I was nothing but a scurvy prisoner at that horrible prison fortress. Yet you rescued me. So now, take this for your trouble, eh?
Eh? Thanks.
So, many thanks.
Thanks. Oh. Is there another lady to slap me?
You better not be bringing your sorry face around here.
Okay, what can I do for you? I've heard you were expecting some rum from Port Royal. Skinny wench named Elizabeth.
So what if I am?
The books doing delivering. Best I do the pickup.
You must think I was born yesterday. But rid me of those thieving maggots, and I will pay you even better than their offer.
Oh, okay.
Court, try not to break too many of my barrels too. That's brown gold inside, you know.
Oh, how do I... Did I get slapped by you yet?
You again?
Trade winds will soon take me out here.
Got 50 points first, so probably not.
So,
You can just turn around right now. I like real men, you see.
Okay, I got another 50 points.
Will be a pleasure urging you.
So, oh shit! I was looting. Damn. Give me a chicken. Chicken.
Has anyone seen a nice country lass? Or any lass?
Alright, I came from this way. Okay. So this goes in a circle. Can I go here? Okay. And then this goes in a circle. Oh, but there's over here too. Yeah. Hello.
No chance of seeing a pirate lord while I'm still standing.
Oh. Sure, sure, sure. Oh, so I can just make him not stand anymore. Nothing? Hi.
Let me guess.
Oh.
You want me to forget our last little interlude?
Yeah, I was hoping you would. Oh, you too?
You can just turn around and walk away now. You can, and fast.
That wasn't everybody. There's more people to slap me still. Yeah. Of course. So this guy's stuck in the door.
Oh, and I thought you just looked sad. You have a face of blind mud.
Come on.
Enemies like you make this
Oh no.
What a fool you are! I think you can fight.
Chicken. Oh. It actually made like a bonk noise when he hit his face on that. That's funny. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's incredibly like you have three actions. Of course it's repetitive. But it's a silly fun little game from the 2000s, you know. That's just like what they did then.
do love me.
Tortuga.
Mistress Ching. Long time no see.
Jack Sparrow. Charming as ever.
You remember? Then let me charmingly remind you of an appointment. The conclave of pirate lords in Shipwreck City.
Eduardo, would you be ever so kind as to rid me of this pirate council errand boy?
You mean to kill him?
Oh, okay, this is not how any of this happens in the movie.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
I am a pirate lord, and you are nothing.
Oh, sure. Oh, he's got 480 health? Yeah, of course.
Anyone seen a nice country house? Or any?
Yes, Eduardo, to kill him. I heard he knocked that over, though. Wow, okay, fuck you. I have no chicken either. I have to do this all with this first heal.
Your skills at fighting are
Okay. Light, heavy, grab. Okay. E. E. Light. Light. Heavy. Nice. Oh, fuck you.
Time for a bit of...
And I have to watch the whole thing again?
Mistress Ching. Long time no see.
Not here. It's not
Jack Sparrow. Charming as ever.
You remember? Then let me charmingly remind you of an appointment. The conclave of pirate lords in Shipwreck City.
Eduardo, would you be ever so kind as to rid me of this pirate council errand boy?
You mean to kill him?
Okay.
I'm afraid you have the misfortune of facing Captain Jack Sparrow.
I am a pirate lord, and you are nothing.
She has a sassy pirate attitude. What's a pirate attitude? Bruh. Bruh. Itch my eye. We'll turn up, pass out. Okay. Have a good night. Have good EPs. Oh, okay. What? Okay, since when? What? What? I lost my fucking rhythm apparently. Fuck! should have just. I got fucking greedy, dude. Should have just kept my rhythm.
Mistress
Three
Chin.
strikes, 3 hits,
Long
and then
time
block.
no see.
Jack Sparrow. Charming as ever.
You remember? Then let me charmingly
I have to just
remind
not get
you of
greedy.
the
I
appointment.
have to like just can't get off rhythm.
Conclave of pirate lords in Shipwreck City.
Eduardo, would you be ever so kind as to rid me of this pirate
This
council
is as hard as this is
errand
tough.
You mean to kill him?
It's
I'm
like
afraid
very
you have
yeah,
misfortune
it's
facing Captain Jack
very obviously inspired by, if not taken directly out of. Like there's not like it's not like directly out in the sense that it's like it is like note for note, but it's like there's like definitely themes that have been taken out and just like put on like a loop. Yeah, but it's all fucked up. Like, I feel like this was, oh shit, this was made by somebody, like, who actually hasn't watched the movies. Because, first of all, this is not even, like, remotely how Dead Man's Chest, like, goes or happens or anything. No, I said it has themes. Like, there's definitely, like, reoccurring, like, themes from the movies. But no, it's not, like, it's not the score. Like, they didn't just, like, take the score from the movie and put it in here, no. Again. Yeah, it's bothering me too. I'm just trying to enjoy the game, you know? What the fuck? I literally was hitting the button! Okay, that's absolutely wild, sure.
The rest of my evening seems free, Mistress Chin.
Sorry, Jack Sparrow, but I must now prepare for this conclave. It is a long way to Shipwreck City.
Understood and agreed.
None of this is right. None of this is accurate.
Elizabeth!
Seems like your lady love has found some entertainment.
I pity the pirate who lays a hand on her.
Great.
Jack! We must leave now! These pirates will fight us all the way to the Pearl!
Well, Shipwreck City is like the small thing inside of Shipwreck Cove, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, give me those chickens. Give me those fucking chickens. No.
I might fight you just to keep going.
Bro. Put your fucking sword. I have kicked you into the wall and everything, and like, no. Okay, but why are we changing targets though? So that way, when we're stunning people, they're not. You're not like hitting them immediately afterwards. Bro, this one guy is so annoying. It was so crazy.
Let's think twice about crossing Captain Jack Sparrow.
You reckon they made that? I don't know, because this is technically stuff from the second movie right now. So no, because the second movie came out first. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want to, like, it to be exact. Maybe they didn't want it to be exact. I don't know. What? No way.
Hope you enjoyed that, mate.
It is kind of funny that it's just straight up cuts you off when you're in a fight. Like, we're just like on an invisible pixel, like, as far as the edge will let you go. Those chicken iframes? I know. Pretty much, right?
You are rather frightened. Yes.
What?
I was hoping for a bit of a challenge.
Chicken! The fuck? This is a large man. Chicken. It's so hard when they're all spread out. Oh. Alright, that's two of them. Bro. You can't hit them when they're on the ground? Bullshit.
You'll remember this as the day that you were defeated by Captain Jack Sparrow.
You're allergic to nickel? Good, you don't want nickel anyway. Turns your skin all green. No. I don't know, man. I mean, they probably couldn't put rum, you know. I do need to grab a drink, though. So I might need to just do a little super quick BRB.
You fight like a child.
I will enjoy it.
Okay. Should have done that before, but.
You are a disappointment. Big disappointment.
A button on jeans. Well, that's unfortunate.
Something wrong, Jack?
My compass seems very indecisive of late.
Well, it looks steady to me.
What? Not so fast, Mr. Norrington. Your particular rescue ends here.
What is that?
Every dog has its day, Sparrow.
True enough about dogs. I vote for Monday. There is a place in my crew for a dog, if you've a mind. Hoist anchor, men! Make all speed! Give Mr. Turner the wheel.
Cutscenes are your favorite? They're a little wacky. Alright. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm just gonna go grab a drink.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Okay. This song is definitely from the movies, so I may make it copyright on that one. But that's okay. Well, like again, it's a repeating theme. It's a repeating theme from the.
There we go, mate. The chest. Right straight dead ahead. Somewhere.
Y la cruces Damn, we're still on the fucking second movie? Bruh. When are we gonna get to the third movie? Which is the name of the actual game. The name of the game! Well, Ela Crusades is the end. Mostly the end of Dead Man's Chest. So. Oh my god, are we gonna do the wheel? Oh my god, are we gonna do the wheel? I hope the wheel is part of this level. Are y'all watching the Super Bowl? Oh, you know what this makes me want to play? Fuck it, we're never getting around to finishing any games ever. I want to replay the Fable games now. And it's literally one little earworm that just went the like really like intense like horn kind of blast noise. And that reminds me of Fallout. And that Fallout Fable. Everybody is replaying Fallout right now because of the TV show. I have game ADHD. What? Can't believe you'd say such a thing. No, I know. I've always had it though. Like, unless it's a game that totally sucks me in and it's all I can think about, then yeah, I definitely bounce between games a lot. Alright, can I get out of here, please? Oh shit, I just hit space instead on accident. It sucks. Means I used my last chicken on accident. Oh, what? What? This motherfucker's got a cannon on his arm. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ah. See, I can't parry. So it's hard to get the kick sometimes because you have to like time it right.
Get some rest.
Good, give me a
maybe
chicken.
You can try again.
All the featured extra pirates, I know. That's one of my favorite things is the enemies are just like the same like 4 skins in a loop. It's very funny. I feel like this is supposed to be a way to go. Oh, there's a climb here. And there's a climb here. Where does this go? Does this go down where I was? Oh, fuck me. Okay, insta-kill? Insta-kill quicksand. That is very unfortunate because I already beat these guys. The fuck? There ain't no way! He didn't even like hold his arm out or anything. Give me those chickens.
You never had a chance to defeat me.
Give me those damn chickens.
I did dispatch you rather quickly, didn't I?
Take that thing. So then, what happens if I go over here? Yeah, remember in the movie when they immediately insta-die in quicksand? Yeah, me too. Ooh, hacks? No? Nothing? Oh, this is where I was? Oh, that's silly. Why does that lead back there? What? But I insta-died in quicksand? Sure, sure.
You are amazingly slow.
Oh my gosh, there's logs that are gonna knock you down. That's so funny. I just noticed that. See, do you see it right there? Ah! Chicken! Bro, how much HP do y'all have? Crazy. Chickens.
Proper swordsmanship confuse you?
The swordsmanship confuse you? Yeah. For sure. Damn it, Will. There's no dodge, so like, how are you supposed to like get out of like the way of the logs?
Pirate.
Right. The dangers of insta dying to quicksand, yeah. Okay, so oh, that's Pinxel and Rigetti, okay. Cut the whole ass tree down? I'm sorry? I'm sorry? Okay, got the cannonball guy. Okay, so the trees will literally fall. That's crazy. That's crazy time. Should I cut them down first or what? Oh, it's 50% of my health. Okay. Okay, hold on a second. That's crazy. You get credit for trying. That's a lie. That's a mock against you know who. It's the Bible.
You are trying to defend yourself, aren't you?
Okay, so can I cut the tree down and like use it against them? Okay, yes, but I don't understand. Like, it's not supposed to hit me in some of these situations. Like, there's no way.
One of Davy Jones' worst. Best.
And then that one, of course, doesn't hit everybody. Nice.
Too bad I can't fight without looking.
Alright, give me this chicken. Chicken!
A little out of practice. If you survive this battle, I suggest a bath.
Will be a pleasure.
What? More? Why so many?
If disturbing.
Jeez,
I
Louise.
have the key. Now we just remove the little confound.
Yeah, no, there's
Sorry,
block. Yeah, I've
but
been
I
using
have the
block
key.
a lot.
Sorry, Remy. But I have the chest.
And I have a sword.
Parsley. Oh, I'm Elizabeth now? Okay. Oh yeah, I have to turn this. Look at how fucking... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta turn this shit off. If I go offline, does it turn off all those notifications or no? Settings. Notifications. There we go. There we go. So now they're just off for now. I know, I was like, holy shit. You may learn something. Shit, this is... Whoo! Am I a pretty girl? Am I a pretty girl? Look at my pretty hair. Look at my pretty hair. Am I a pretty girl? Oh, okay. Fighting above up now. Can't see. Oh, fuck off. Give me this chicken. That's not fair. That's one of them. I need to get this guy. There's 3 of these cannibal guys now. This is crazy. Yeah, see? That's so not fair. Like, if you get too far away from one of them, they just cannonball you. Okay.
Your days as a pirate are about to come to a pass.
Would you like to see that move again?
Again. Classic Disney style.
It's easy to fight here.
Oh, see, it's just 3 random people. I just got really unlucky last time with it being 3 cannonball guys. This is 2 cannonball guys this time. Chicken! Chicken!
Do you usually pull the levers this badly?
Do hope you enjoy this brief time we'll have together, as I'll quickly defeat you.
I will fight you for the
I
crown
knew they were
and
gonna
for
put
my
this in.
own pleasure.
Oh, sure, right. Perfect cutout, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go. Amazing. I'm amazing. Gamer. Jack him off.
Do you have the heart, Jack?
Indeed I do.
Then let's get back to the pearl.
Level cleared. Overall rank C double. Highest combo 24 hits. Yeah, that was Norrington. I almost did Norrington hitless. Pinxel unlocked. You mean Pinxel unlocked. Thank you. Gold idol. Okay. Music really walks the line. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna this VOD's definitely gonna get muted. I'm gonna have to appeal so much. I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it? Thump thump. Where is the thump thump?
Missing some dirt, Jack? Norrington.
Can we outfight the Dutchman, Jack?
Not probable. More better we hold on to the wind changes and
Thump thump. Where is the thump thump?
Time for some well-placed cannon fire.
Pearl versus Kraken. Alright, who am I fighting? Oh, these guys. Oh, I need that chicken. Chicken! Chicken. 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 I can't believe they didn't say that I got a jar of dirt. Like, are they not allowed to say stuff that's like direct lines from the movie? Like, is this not like... It's literally called Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean in my Steam. Like, is this not actually like a Disney sponsored? Like, Disney did not okay this. Chicken sounds good. I don't have any not frozen. Yeah, there's combos. I've been doing combos. When he like does like the spins and stuff, that's like a combo. Yeah, it's like if you do like light, heavy, it's a combo, like things like that.
Summon the Kraken.
The Kraken. The Kraken. Didn't do it very good. Wow.
Will, get below deck.
You don't see the mouth immediately.
Fire when ready.
That's the music. Da-na-na, 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 da-na-na. Yeah, it's the actual music. Da-na-na, da-na-na, dun-dun. Pa, pa, pa. Da-na-na, 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 da-na-na. Oh, they changed. See, it's already gone. Why not? Hey, don't take my crewmate friend. Da-da-da. Ba, 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 ba-da-da. Banana, 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 bum, bum, bum. Okay, so it still hits me though, which is crazy. Oh, shit is hitting me. That's what's going on. Wow, okay. Fuck you. How are you supposed to see when those are coming, though? Oh, fuck off. Why does he hit? Ain't no way. Like, how are you supposed to see some of this shit? No, if there's not a yellow, like, circle, it's not an interactable. See, I don't understand why that one hits me. Hit this, hit this. Hit this. Oh, chicken. Okay, and then he swipes, and then watch, he'll hit me again when I stand up. Oh no, he didn't that time. Oh yeah, he did, okay. And then this is gonna make stuff fall down. Go. Tentacle coming that way. See? He's like swipes. It's gonna go in the middle. The swipe, bro. I don't know what to do about it. That didn't hit me. What's supposed to be going on here? Am I hitting this? I can't interact with any of these. I feel like I'm supposed to hit this. What? How did it still take another dude? What? Is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. Hey, Netsu! I know, you saw the graphics? Yeah. I was noticing that earlier. It's like clipping through its mouth. A little more straightforward. I gotta like, oh, I have to literally let these guys survive fucking long enough to load it. That's what it is. I have to let these guys survive long enough to load this guy. Oh, full ghost? Was it ghost foils or just ghosts? That's still awesome, but ghost foils are super rare, and that's what I'm still looking for. Let's see. Alright, it's lit. Oh, do I have to wait? Oh, I think I have to wait because... Yeah, I think I have to wait till he roars because that didn't take any health down that time. I'm gonna try it this time. The mouth hole, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what it is, okay. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what it is, and then we're gonna have to move on to the next cannon. Okay. I see. I see. So I have to protect the guy long enough. Okay, I'm not in the right place here. There we go. For him to set it up. Shit. I was fucking I don't understand. I was swinging, but sure. No, he doesn't have to do the whole process again. Come on. All he has to do is the last part. here. The mouth. 100K, that's crazy. Sure. Hell yeah. Doesn't never when it counts though, huh? Oh. No, I did not miss that one. Stab it! Halftime show right now. Oh!
I just wanted to thank you, Jack Sparrow, for your bravery.
Sure. Wow, this is the first, like, actual right thing they've gotten.
Pirate. Where's Jack?
Fell behind.
Accurate. Bum 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 ba-da-da. Bum 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 ba-da-da. Bum 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 ba-da-da. Bum 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 ba-da-da. I just know a little bit of the music, it's fine. Hey, was that Beckett?
Whoever possesses the heart of Davy Jones commands Davy Jones.
And with that, the Flying Dutchman.
You have changed the course of history, Mr. Norrington.
Jack Sparrow. If it were possible to help him, I would.
Were you so concerned when you sent him to
None of this is accurate.
What?
I had to. To save us all. I would do anything to bring him back.
None of this.
Alas. But you won't be doing it without some help now. All you need is a guide, which you now possess. And a map.
Where does one find a map to Davy Jones' lookup?
Singapore.
Their faces are so bad.
You are here to meet Sao Feng? If the good pirate lord
Like,
be
his
not
head is too
otherwise
big.
engaged, he will see you. At the bathhouse, but be very, very careful going there. This is, after all, Singapore.
I had time, I could have done. If I had time, or if I wanted to do a cosplay, I could have done a cosplay. Yes. Hello.
Aye, the last time we met, you turned me off me dinner for a week.
Oh, so there's just a bunch of random dudes I can just punch?
What are you doing here? It's just a little ways up here. You remember from your last visit, no?
You know of a ship needing a crew? Hmm? She did she?
I do hope.
You don't like doing them? I do like doing cosplays, but not like random cosplays and not for every game that I've ever played ever.
Oh, come on! Don't you want to try a bit of pirate?
Pirate's Dice is probably gonna be that Liar's Dice from Red Dead or whatever that was.
Well, it is good to see you. I don't think you filthy mongrel.
I should
There
kill
you
you
go,
where you
Captain.
stand. Thank you. Thank you for my money.
Captain Barbosa, what are you doing here?
Perfect.
Guess I better pay that debt now. What?
Yeah, thank you. Submission complete. Get all your bitches to pay you back. No, I absolutely do enjoy cosplay, but yeah, like, first of all, I don't ever do sexy or revealing cosplays, which you say a lot. You comment a lot on stuff that you know that I would never wear. But yeah, I need time to prepare, and usually they are ones that are things that I guess I would prefer, I would like.
I'd like to say it is good to face you again.
No, I really do.
But I'd be lying.
I'd be lying. Slap a bunch of bitches is great. I hope that's a sub goal. Copying accents in games, I will stop. It's just like, I think that there's a big difference between like the things that you know that I would do and things that you think
I see
that
you've
you would
grown
like
both
me to do.
older and slower.
Port grows busy. And what happened to you? Fall off the dock or into a bar room?
None of your business. None of your business.
What took you?
I do not trust a gathering of pirate lords. I much prefer Jack Sparrow dead. Why ever would I help bring him back?
He's a pirate
But
lord.
so, Fang, surely there's some accommodation. Pirate to pirate.
Cosplaying as your favorite streamer. You're cosplaying as your favorite streamer?
And you
Here,
must
wearing
think
pink.
me so easily swayed.
Halftime show's jamming. Who is it? Bad Bunny?
You are a fool to think you could fight me.
Oh, lol. Okay.
It will be a pleasure bringing you so much pain.
Wow. Envoy! What's up? Oh, he holds his sword differently when he blocks. Okay. Chicken. I have 69 health. Nice. Okay, I kicked that guy twice.
It'll be a pleasure bringing great pain to your
Kicked that guy
poor
too.
escapes.
So does kicking not, does deflecting timing not work anymore? Sheesh. Envoy, how are you? Welcome in. What was with Elizabeth's face? And it's so bad. It's so bad. That's what's going on with her face. All their faces are so bad. Envoy, have you played this absolute masterpiece from 2007? This absolute gaming masterpiece. You're immune to hangovers? Really? That's lucky. It doesn't look too bad. But it doesn't look too good either, does it? Where am I supposed to be going? The timer is gone, so now I'm confused. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna eat a whole entire chicken. Just eat a whole chicken. Why are we not facing the right way, Barbosa? Bruh. Bruh. Okay, a minute to go where? Back down? There we go. It's all so bad, I'm telling you. Have you seen Elizabeth's face yet? Oh. Elizabeth's brutal. Jack and Will, not horrible. Barbosa's head is too big for his body. His head's not, his body is not big enough, or his head's, I don't know. I feel like his body's not big enough. I feel like that's the problem. Or they just made his hat really big and then didn't know what to do with his head.
I think I've met me match. And then some. Finished.
Where the hell are we going now? Back up? Yes, hack revives, yeah. Wait, I'm supposed to be going this way. No. Oh my gosh. My last chicken.
I'm looking forward to it.
I need a chicken! Bitch didn't give me a chicken. Well, how is he gonna give you a chicken, Barbosa, if you throw him off the edge?
I fought wenches with more skill than you.
You will soon regret that you ever came to Singapore.
Boss fight? Yep, boss fight. Okay.
I do believe that your end has...
Ah! Ah!
Have you lead in your boots, mate?
Ah! Wait, oh, do I have to do it on the arrows? What? Why didn't it count? I wonder if that actually still has to be the arrows for that to count. I'm gonna die because that didn't count. I'm gonna have to do this one again for sure. Got that one. Okay, switch to other tween. Both tween. Oh, jeez. Okay. I have 2 HP. Shit.
I fought wenches with more skill than you.
Okay.
You will soon regret that you ever came to Singapore.
Okay, I don't understand what to do then, because neither of them are counting. I want to restart this encounter, honestly.
This match.
Hearing fake Barbosa say wenches, yeah.
You truly thought you had a chance of defeating Captain Barbosa? That warms me now.
Arg! What are you doing? Can't see because of this fucking pole. Yeah, I don't, yeah. Okay, I at least got it, but apparently I'm not good at it. I have no fucking HP and I have no chickens.
I think I'm finished playing with the likes of you.
5 HP! No way!
You are trying very hard to lose, I see.
Okay.
I fought wenches with more skill than you.
This is crazy.
You will soon regret that you ever came to Singapore.
This is crazy. I don't think I've done any damage to her yet. That one is like, I just don't understand. Okay. Like, I get how to do it, but it's like, I think I do it too fast. This is crazy. I hate that I can't skip cutscenes. I have 14. I'm going into this with now I have 6. Yeah, I'm just gonna restart this fight. Yeah.
I fought wenches with more skill than you.
You will soon regret that you ever came to Singapore. Okay. I just need to not get greedy. And I got greedy a couple times there. Oh, put your sword down for a second. Okay. What the hell? Bro. She just showed up and rocked my shit? Really? I went from 84 to 16 because she just hopped up there and rocked my shit.
Wait! Hold on, Sao Feng! You have the charts to Davy Jones' locker that we need, and a ship to sail. And we can offer you something in return.
Such as?
Revenge on a living Jack Sparrow.
Long fight, yeah.
Seems you have new guests to attend to, Southend.
Who am I now? My beautiful Elizabeth? No, I'm Barbosa again. I was hoping to be beautiful, gorgeous Elizabeth. Oh, come on, son of a bitch. What? Why did he turn? Why are we turning around?
Painful steel a British soldier is made of.
Hey, chicken. Bruh.
Now you begin being bad enough to do you severe harm.
Give me a chicken. And a backup emergency chicken.
You'd best lay down your sword now.
Here, to borrow only.
Meet us at the Conclave, and I'll keep my side of the bargain.
Right, sure.
Will be my duty to the crown to physically hurt you. Even your mother would be embarrassed at your oafish moves.
What am I supposed to do with all these pillars that I can't fucking see through?
Prepare for defeat, you worthless scoundrel. Quiet, child. Tell me, fool, have you ever
There's
thought
no
before-
way. Like, you're kidding me with that.
I shall have them carry your body out to the bog.
Sheesh, that was close.
The other toads and lizards.
You have aroused my ire, you cur, and that always results in pain from me. Hurting you. You can hardly
Every
walk,
time
let
I
alone
take my fucking finger off the block button, one of the three of them runs into me.
You think you can defeat me?
Oh my god. I hate multi-fights. Finally. She's got a poop. What do you mean? Look at her. She's got a shit so bad. She got a shit so bad. Hello? Here? No, I came from here. Ah. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Motherfucker! Holy, he was so aggressive. The blocking walk.
You have aroused my ire, you cur, and that always results in pain from me.
I once saw an old man who moved much as you do. As you see, I've learned well.
Do you see? I've learned well. Yes, Elizabeth, I see. Is there gonna be another angry man? No. Shocked. Hello. Don't mind if I do, Barbosa.
You have been warned. Now you will suffer.
Oh, I hear crackling. That doesn't sound good.
The entire room is right with your particular odor.
I will make you regret that your pitiful mother ever birthed you.
Submission complete. Oh, wait. Oh, I stepped on that so that won't blow up. You're lucky I just saved your lives before I kill you. Ah! No chicken?
Barbosa, can you lead us to Davy Jones' locker?
That's Captain Barbosa, Turner.
Sure. Pirate Lord. Pirate Lord. Crab pendants. Complete. Old enemies 4 to 5. I thought I slapped all the bitches. Dang. I thought I slapped all the bitches.
Barbosa! Are you certain this is right? This leads to Jack in Davy Jones' locker?
Oh, I have no other destination in mind. Believe me.
Wow, way to take a really awesome moment and just be like, plop.
No point all of us wandering this foul wasteland in search of our beloved.
If they don't say up is down, I'm gonna lose it.
I will go and find him.
How do we know you'll come back?
Still short on trust for me, Turner.
Long on trust, short on faith. We're counting on you to lead us out of here.
The legends speak of many strange and deadly creatures who inhabit this land. Captain Barbosa.
Ah, but I be strange and deadly.
His head
and
is way
legendary
too big.
myself.
Chicken. No.
I do love fighting mortals.
Ah. This is not accurate.
You must be a fool or incurably brave to think you can best me.
Nice.
It's hard to fight against one of such skill, isn't
Nice.
it, mate?
What? Sure. Sure. Seems logical.
Time to turn you into a skeleton.
It'll be a pleasure bringing you so much pain.
Ah. Ah. What? Oh, I was totally not watching my own health.
Never fought a skeleton before.
It'll be a pleasure bringing great pain to your poor excuse of a body. You'd best lay down your sword now. Nothing much
You'll look better when I come.
You best be ready to do some suffering.
Sheesh. Your boss best be ready to do some suffering. What? This is not how it happens in the movies. There's no zombies. There's no hands coming out of the sand. Hand bees.
I think I'll be removing your limbs, one by one. Just like you.
Oh, chicken. Chicken!
Good to see I've not
Give
lost
me your body, chickens. Teehee. Go over there, little crabbies. Thanks.
I hate anyone who still has flesh.
Same.
I'm looking forward to the screaming you'll be doing once I begin.
I also hate anyone who has flesh. It doesn't just accept you.
You move so slowly. This is
Your GPA says otherwise? Yeah, but I don't think they take people just based on GPA.
You'll soon be finished, but I imagine you know that.
I don't think I got that one. I think it timed out before I could.
Oh, I will have fun making you nothing but bone.
Oh, that was a nice twofer right there.
Best start begging for your
Chicken!
life
I
now.
need chicken. Goofy.
Ready to join the...
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Watch
interrupt.
your
What were you
sword
saying?
play. If you can do that whilst cowering.
Oh, is that gonna break? No? Sure.
Yours.
Chicken!
I'm looking forward.
It's so sensitive sometimes where the interact buttons are too. There's a nice shot of the Kraken there. Oh, that wasn't right. Thanks, Jack.
Whatever did you do to get stuck down here? No matter. Don't expect any help from me.
Jack, that's all in the past. You're being rescued.
Been rescued before. Never seems to stick.
Ah, but you've never been rescued by me.
What do I do here? I don't know what to do. Oh, just knock them off?
They set him up. I knock him down. Next time, best think twice about crossing Captain Jack Sparrow. I do love you. Perhaps I've just gotten too good.
That was 6. What do you mean? That was 6. What do you mean? Turn around. Turn around! Oh my Jesus Christ. Are you fucking kidding me?
You are disappointed. A big... You'll remember this as the day that you were defeated. I do love you. Things are just
Why are they not counting? Is it waves or what?
Skills nor my blade have grown rusty.
Okay. Broken. Sure.
Jack Sparrow. I sense a pirate lord down here. He be needing your help and must be rallied to the conclave.
I haven't seen anyone except skeleton things and assorted weird creatures. But on your say-so, I shall.
Okay. I gotta pee. So, we're gonna take a quick BRB. I assume I'm safe here to leave it, so it's kind of like at least advent, like not just the pause menu. So, back in a minute. Oh, it's cold, guys. It's cold. Wait, where the fuck am I? Oh yeah, I'm inside Davy Jones' locker. But none of this is accurate. Have I been down there? Okay, let me correct myself. None of this is in the movies. How's that? Is that better? These guys are impaled with swords. Don't give me this chicken. Thank you. Oh my gosh, give me the chicken.
Enemies like you make it.
Oh, that's totally fair. Yep. Oh, great. This is super, that's luck.
Are you ready to scream?
No, I'm not ready.
This time it is night.
Bro. Thank you. Run. Don't run!
Next time, best think twice about crossing Captain Rex.
Oh shit! That one actually scared me. I was totally not ready for that one.
What a fool you are to think you can fight.
Oh, who are you? That's some Dark Souls shit right there. What in the Dark Souls is going on in here?
That's your best.
Give me a chicken when you die. Give me a chicken. Yeah. Because this is apparently what they think is going on in fucking Davy Jones's locker, bro. It's all fucked up. Oh, it's a very, very quick time event. Okay, that's fine. I see, I see. Bro, we're fighting undead that come out of the ground because that's what Davy Jones' locker is, apparently. Look at these Dark Souls ass bosses over here. Chicken, please. Oh, that was amazing. I killed them.
Many thanks, Jack. Thought I'd be trapped by those bones forever.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, now with some time on your hands, you can attend the Pirate Conclave. All the brethren will be there.
Sure. Now where? Now do I leave?
You will feel the pain of the dark soon.
I was hoping for a bit of a challenge.
Nice. Give me a chicken. Chicken!
This is always the way.
I am ready to cut you into pieces.
Who is speaking? Come on. Why? Why is this what you think happens in this movie? Did you not see the movie before the fucking video game was made? I just don't understand it. I would say that, but like, you had put the second movie in here too. That was also wrong. My dude, just thank you. You have a chicken? Fuck. No chickens, no bitches. Davy Jones' locker, for sure. That's exactly how it played out.
How will we
They
get
better
back
say
to the
up is down, I
surface and
swear
away
to God.
from them?
To the surface. In this vile place, everything is reversed. Life is death. Up is down.
You are
If
not
we
the
do
one who's
get
supposed to say
back,
it.
How, Mother, may I stop Davy Jones?
There is a way. If you were to stab his heart, you will take his place and control the Flying Dutchman.
Yes, of course. Everyone, come on!
Ah, yes, of course. Flash of green. Sunrise sets, flash of green. 4 to 4 crab pendants. Yes, Pirate King. I'm so amazing, guys. Amazing! I can't be stopped, I'm just so amazing.
What? Southeng's flagship.
I feel like Gibbs did do his own voice acting. The good old fable dramatic. Chicken! Chicken! We'll die for chicken. Hi, Grace!
You have a pace of lying.
Chicken! You wait your turn.
I was hoping.
Bruh. Chicken.
That's your best.
Cheese. Gaming of the game, I definitely didn't know you were playing tonight. It's okay. It's okay. You totally would have had no clue this is what I was playing. It's going actually good, Grace. It's very 2007, as I expected. But it's actually very fun, if I'm being completely honest. Get the locket. Chicken. Chicken. Bruh. Bro, put your fucking swat down. Thank you.
Fortune favors the brave, mate.
Oh wow, it looks just like the movie, man. I can't even tell it apart.
Jack Sparrow, Mr. Turner.
You promised him me.
We dealt you. To get you.
I'm having a little trouble following forests and the trees and all that.
And now I will take him. Unless, Calypso, you agree to come with me.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about, but...
Wow, why is her
challenge
neck
you
so
to a
long?
duel. If I win, the crew of the Pearl goes free. If you win, I will stay with you on the Impulse.
One additional clause. If I win, I turn the crew of the Pearl over to Lord Beckett. Either
Why?
way, you stay with me.
Why is this what's happening?
Think you can defeat
Why is this what's happening?
For your last fight, you challenge Sao Feng?
Ah! 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 The hell? Calypso. I haven't hit him once, bro. There we go, there we go, there we go. Why does it do this when I'm not good at it? I got it that time. Ain't no way. Yeah. Sure.
I win. They go free, South End.
Get hit with a pillow, bitch.
But you made a deal before. Even pirates honor deals. You must stay. I will allow the Pearl to escape, but
I'm so
only
glad
if
I decided
you
to play this.
remain with me as agreed.
Done.
Yeah, right? And she's like doing all these backflips and shit. Like, okay, sure. Parsley? Parsley, parsnip, parley. Oh, her hair looks
Tell me,
fabulous.
am I about to die, Calypso?
Calypso? But I'm not really...
Here, take this, my piece of eight. Who better to own it?
Right.
Calypso, you are now a pirate lord. You must go to the conclave in my place.
Sure.
Will be a pleasure.
Oh, I'm Pirate Lord, Elizabeth now, so. Bro, I need to like get some chickens. Thank you. Wow.
Get ready to face pain and doom. Know that order. This sword will bite into you.
Okay, so I need to move. Okay, but don't be down on this bottom level.
Your days as a pirate are about to come.
Fuck, holy crap.
Face one of Davy Jones's worst. Hurry best.
Bro, I literally can't see to get over here. Like, get up, get up, get up. Alright, I don't understand. Where am I supposed to go?
Will be a pleasure hurting.
You think you can defeat me?
Don't even turn around there. Do I stand here? Yeah, okay. So you stand in the yellow spots, it looks like. Oh, I can't get over here. No, I'm gonna die. Yeah, I need to get over there, and I couldn't. They were body blocking me.
I do so love making you pirate whimper at little things.
Okay.
It's easy to fight you, but hard to gaze upon you.
Body blocked this time, please. yikes. Get out of here. Oh, come on. I was technically standing behind the pole. That's unfortunate. Even though I moved, I was technically behind the pole.
You can scream for
there's
help.
no...
Hard to believe you imagined that. Me.
Oh my god.
Do you usually call the ladies this badly?
Okay, the chicken. Ah. Oh, 4 chickens is the max chickens you can carry. Yeah, over here.
You are an embarrassment to all who've wielded a sword. Is clumsiness your main battle trait? Please, whatever way.
Whoa.
Watch now, you may learn something.
Ah.
I will enjoy watching you scream.
Bro. I really just want to get these couple barrels behind me over here. Chickens. It's chicken. Chicky. Elizabeth. Shut up.
I love making you islanders whimper like little babes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Or I'll make my...
Dude, it's so difficult when they're like literally in like multiple directions. Just chipping away at your health.
Surrender, Miss Swan.
You murderer!
Do you surrender?
Yes.
What? Why does she surrender? I'm so confused by this game right now.
We must have arrived early.
Let us meet at the Pirate Hall, and in the meantime, I'm sure we can find our own diversions.
I need a little fresh air break here for a moment. This game is wackadoo. Absolutely wackadoo. Is the superb owl still going, guys? What for? Interesting. Seahawks winning, 10 minutes left. Well, dang. R.I.P. Pats. It was almost a shutout for the longest time. It took the Pats that long. How'd they get to the fucking Super Bowl then? Or are the Seahawks just kind of like clutching it? Listen. I know you guys were talking a bunch of shit the other night when Gigi was here in stream, but I am a Pats fan because I am a New Englander. I know I live in Tennessee, but I am a New Englander at heart, and I am a Pats fan. But yeah, I like also like can, as a sports player, can appreciate, or not I guess appreciate, but like I can understand sometimes when you're like, how did you get to the position that you're in if this is your skill level? And its general fan base than with the Patriots. But like, when I say I'm a Patriots fan, like, I'm a Patriots fan in the general, like, I'm a New Englander. They're the team that's associated with, like, my hometown, my home turf, my home everything. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, Nikki's a New Englander, she's not a Pats fan. But that's because I don't pay attention to football, and so I don't know. I'm not a fan of anybody else. You wanna know something funny, though? When I was young, like, really, really young, like, mid-90s, early 2000s young, I liked Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys. And he is a Tampa Bay fan. So he likes Tampa Bay in basketball. Not basketball. He likes Tampa Bay baseball, Tampa Bay Devil Rays baseball, and he likes the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So there was a time where I was like, I'm a Buccaneers fan. My family was like, why? And I was like, because I'm a Buccaneers fan. Because Nick Carter is. Hi, YT. How are you today? Alright. Chickens? No chickens. Okay.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Weren't you once a famous
I just wanted the sea chickens to lose. That's the other thing. Like, some people are like, I don't care who wins, just as long as it's not this. It's just whole entire chickens.
Suppose you've heard of me. The legendary Captain Jack Sparrow. I'm here on a very important errand on behalf of all pirates everywhere. Savvy?
Okay. You best turn over the shiny pretty bottle of rum, or I'll have to run you through my shiny. Okay, no. Amazingly enough, I will stand a better chance against Beckett if you hand over that bottle of rum.
I would have thought that the rum would just be contributing to the numbing of your already indiscriminate palate.
He followed him to the Colts and the Bronx. Never really pulled for just one team. So, my mom's side of the family, well, like, two of my uncles are huge Minnesota Vikings fans. Like, huge Minnesota Vikings fans. Like, they're such big fans that when my uncle got married and I was really young, I was like, I don't know, I was like 10 or something when my uncle got married. He dressed me up in a Minnesota Vikings cheerleader outfit and, like, got, like, pictures taken and stuff like that to, like, give my mom.
Has anyone seen a nice
And then my dad's side of the family, who's obviously they're not around anymore because my dad's not around anymore, were Giants fans. New York Giants fans.
Putting it like that.
So, those are the two teams I kind of, like, grew up with. How funny and cute, yeah.
So, what do you want? Unless you have something of interest to me, and my interests a few, you best leave me alone.
Okay, what are his interests? Papa!
Knew you'd get here somehow. Now then, 2 of the pirate lords are missing, and worse, some of Beckett's men have infiltrated Shipwreck City. We must start the pirate conclave as soon as possible.
Those East India cowards will be the end of us all. Time for a bit of thundering and...
Alright, before I go in there, I'll shoot another minute.
think it must be time to get back to the sea. My legs grow too used to land. I grow thirsty. Point me to some grog.
A pirate's life is indeed a fine one. Has anyone seen a nice country lass? Or any lass?
Okay.
I grow thirsty. Point me to some grog.
Yeah, dude, just buy the baby, whatever sport. Seahawks fan annoy me so much. I'm an absolute hater now. That's funny. My earring is sideways. There we go.
Trade winds will soon take me out of here. That and my lack of coins.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's cold today.
A little bit of the dice game for you.
I haven't played it yet. I'm not gonna do it now. Waste my time. Hello.
Say, mate, any chance you spied any pirate lords about?
Why, I have, but, he is. Well, let's say he's not currently available.
But I've got some urgent business with the pirate lords, have he?
Have you know he is? I told you he is not available. Now clear off fast before I start to severely hurt such an odd and ineffectual looking pirate like you.
I'll take that, for now, as a compliment. But to be honest, which I'd never be anything but not, I'm afraid I'm really going to have to see that pirate lord.
Scream all you want, but 'twill do no good.
You'll remember this as the day that you were defeated by Captain Jack Sparrow.
Captain Jack Sparrow. Hello? Oh.
Everyone, abandon ship! We are sinking fast!
They get into the games, it's funny.
Jack Sparrow?
Captain Jack Sparrow, mate.
Oh, excuse me. I don't
You're
know
going to
why
be late for the
suddenly I can't
conclave.
stop yawning.
All lords
Hopefully it'll
require.
pass.
We are not on a ship?
Not currently, so best get to the pirate hall.
I will. There can be no conclave without...
I know. Without the great Captain Armand.
Right. Who am I fighting now? Who am I fighting now? Chicken? Yeah, chicken.
Are you under the...
Perhaps I've just gotten too good.
There's a shot. What was I supposed to do?
Everyone,
What the fuck was I
abandon
supposed to
ship!
do? Okay, so I have to stay with him, I guess? Let's make sure he doesn't fucking fall through this shit. Do I hit this? I block him or what? What do I do?
Next time, let's think twice about crossing Captain Jack Sparrow.
There we go. Is he gonna come over here now? Yeah.
Oh, and I thought you just looked sad.
I don't have time for this. Let's go. Okay.
They set
Run,
him
run,
up.
run.
I knock him down. 'Tis always the way.
Fuck. It was too far, I knew it. Fuck, come on. Bro.
Fortune favors the brave, mate.
Banana ball. Need to stay like here.
I see that you have obviously never battled before.
Good to see neither my skills nor my blade have grown rusty.
I'm just gonna do this one now.
Things are just not looking good for you, mate.
No way. No way. Bro, I can't get a single shot on any of them.
Enemies like you make this
Jeez.
all too easy.
He just gets
I
stuck.
do love winning.
The Savannah Banana is a version of baseball with dancing stunt and weird rules. Just having a great time.
Here, give this doubloon to the chaps near the mermaid.
Try your hands at the lucky cup.
Oh yeah, that's right. The guy who's like, got anything interesting to me? And I was like, how the fuck do I know what's interesting to you?
You again.
Any chance you've seen?
I have been.
I have a bit of.
There we go.
Ah, a gold doubloon. Why didn't you mention that before, my good friend? Thanks for the doubloon. Now clear off your scurvy pirate jog.
You thieving cur. Should know by now, never trust a pirate.
I will enjoy making you whimper.
I figured. Thieving pirate. Pirate ass bitch.
Hope you enjoyed that, mate.
Pirate ass bitch. Was it worth it? Also, yes. Oh, it's always worth it for pizza. What are all these other things? Are these just little traps? I don't even see any breakables. Well, maybe I can't go do it down here yet. A little, kind of, sort of, little gaming. Little bit of just a little bit of gaming. We all do just a little bit of gaming for 9 hours. It's all good. Happens to the best of us, really. Ah, no, I need to get my locket. Chicken! Chicken!
I will enjoy. Ready?
Oh, that was a double. Nice. Oh. I hate you can't damage them on the ground. Oh.
You are a disappointment. A big disappointment.
Okay, heavy attack, kinda OP, guys. Oops.
Prepare for pain, fool.
Gosh. Bro, I need to do this interaction. Oh my god.
Prepare for pain, fool.
Chicken. I stared at the wall for longer. Yeah, I did play Date Everything That One Day for 19 hours. I did play Date Everything That One Day for 19 hours straight.
Looks like I arrived just in time to tear you away from this fine vessel.
I thought that was the end of me.
And so, we shall go to war!
The pleasure was all mine. You need to get to the Pirate Hall so the conclave can take place. It begins now.
Yeah, don't do that shit. You're not my real mom, Grace.
Get to the Pirate Hall. I recommend taking the stairs. I'll catch up.
No, I've adjusted my sleep schedule mostly now. I can't go that way now. Okay. Real fucking bad for you? I know. It's true. What about intentional 19-hour streams? Are you serious? Okay. I literally was doing it, but sure. It's okay. I bet you if I wanted to get 100%, I would just have to like go through each level again. Those are real fucking bad for you. I don't know. I'm not sure that I follow. So when do you do 19-hour streams
You
then?
think you can fight me? How many pieces?
Chicken. Just know they're real fucking bad for you. But like, I take breaks and I like eat on stream. Like, I feel like I'm at least like the most healthy you can be when you're doing those. Chicken! I do even stand up.
Hope you enjoyed that, mate.
I do even stand up from time to time. I get lots of fresh air. Exactly. Well, I'm Barbosa now.
The worst day of your life has just begun.
Can you like just... Can you like put your sword down for like a second?
To the
Thanks.
screaming you'll be doing once I begin.
How many pieces would you like to be in when I am
Just the one, please.
I think I'll be removing your limbs, one by one. Just like
Chicken.
the old days.
You stand no
Imagine
chance
if this was a PvP game and somebody and I like was like a Barbosa main and then you just hear me on voice comps and I'm just like, ah! Probably didn't hear any of that. I probably cut all of that out. Why did you go I don't know how to fix it. Someone help me fix my thing, my audio.
Watch me sword play. that whilst cowering.
Your cat was entertained? That's all I was ever trying to do, honestly. So then, yeah, imagine that that's what you heard on voice chat. Just noise gate squeaking.
And you think you can fight me?
You best be ready.
Okay, this is tough because they're spread out. That's what she said. You strap a chicken so I can heal myself? Well, I can heal myself, but I want to replenish my heals.
Why not just give up?
I love video game levels. Like, they're just, you know, coincidentally there's all these boards connecting all these places. Coincidentally there's just these paths. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Okay. Bruh. Bruh. Kick me in the nuts.
I see that hint.
Whoa, another? Yeah. Yay! Now does Elizabeth need to get here
we
too?
must take another vote. But let each lord first hand me their piece of 8. All to be returned, to be sure, once we have a new king. Captain Hector Barbosa.
Captain, sure is somebody. Captain Eduardo Villanueva.
Mistress
So, we shall go
Captain
to war.
and Gentleman Jocard. Captain Amand.
Captain Cheval. It appears we need 2 other lords to vote.
Captain Elizabeth Swan. Southang named me his successor as Pirate Lord when he died, and Norrington released me from the Dutchman's brig, but was killed for his kindness.
I too hereby nominate
Just
Captain
cut out a
Elizabeth
whole bunch of stuff. Okay.
We're being
We're cutting
attacked.
Look what they've done.
Something about this doesn't seem right.
Right. Beckett wouldn't have sent just that small force against us.
I advise we depart now, Captain Swan. Just a precaution.
Remember, he who fights and runs away lives to run away again.
They just got like the main story beats.
For war.
No, they didn't do it. It would have been the best thing in the whole wide world. Oh no. Oh, I wanted the and so we go to war so badly. And so we shall go to war.
We had a deal. I made you live again. And in exchange...
Aye, but strictly for your own purposes. I release you from this human form, unbound, transformed to the goddess Calypso. And as I have fulfilled my vow to you, I now ask for your favor as you promised. Spare myself, my ship, my crew, and unleash your terrible fury upon those who dared pretend themselves your masters.
Okay, so that's exact. So like,
Pirates. So predictable.
not how it happened though. Actual pieces of 8 coins instead of junk, I know. Everything about this is like, I feel like they were just given story beats. They were just given beats to what the story was. They definitely had not seen the movie. There's a chicken over here I need to get. Come on. Probably despawned by now. Oh, I got it. Okay, good. Oh, I see. Okay. Chicken! I can't get over here. Get over here. Stop. Yay! Goodbye. Chicken! Chickens! So many chickens! Jeez Louise, holy. Are you for serious? This is crazy. I like spent so long just fighting that one scrawny ass dude. Good night, Grace. You have a real bad day at work tomorrow? Oh no. Oh, pass out before you have a real bad day. I totally misread that wrong. What the fuck? Suddenly I just can't fight shit. Okay, let's just start this one over. Have fun with your pirate war? Yeah, that's, yeah, totally. Good night, Grace. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. Get good EPs. Okay. This way, this way.
You think you can defeat me? Truly.
I mean, Elizabeth, let's not run our mouth. See? Also, that's crazy. There was no way I could have gotten out of that. Holy. Bro, I really can't right now. Chickens. Lock it. Oh. Oh my god! Can't break those for real. Oh wait, I'm not. Wait, ah! I'm not considered there. There we go.
It's easy to fight you, but
What are you supposed to do when the fucking tornado just shows up? Right.
do you usually fall when it is this bad?
Get ready to face Pip.
Just don't breathe on me. Yeah, right.
Look at you good now. Some help might be appreciated.
Is that supposed to be Norrington? I haven't figured out who this is supposed to be. It's not Will. I think it's Norrington.
Let's get it over.
Somehow I didn't get wiped out with that one. That's insane.
I will enjoy belaying you, I will.
What? What? Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. There's like stuff that's like out of your control. That guy got electrocuted and didn't die? Like, seriously? Oh, hurry up, I couldn't. Bro, is so frustrating. Yeah, I know. Please move so I can get over here. I can't. I literally fucking can't. Yeah, the countdown's gonna count down and I'm not gonna be able to do this. Oh my god. Jeez. That was absolutely absurd. You son of a bitch. Why is it suddenly 3 of the huge guys? And these fuckers. These skinny fuckers that block literally everything. That's so dumb! What is with this fucking cyclone that you just can't do anything about? Ugh. This little green guy blocks everything. It's so annoying.
I think I've met me match, and then some.
Oh my god. It's such a bitch ass move and I hate it so much.
It's clumsiness you'll mean, Magic Tree.
My face itches. I'm sure there is a speedrun. There's a speedrun for everything. Check on speedrun.com. Ah, come on, let me up. Oh my god, get out of here. There's no way right now. Oh my god. There's no way. I'm literally knocking this guy back, and he's immediately blocking my shots.
I do wish I could fight you without staring at your grim visage.
I will enjoy filleting you, I will.
No.
Anyone, help!
Okay. Oh my god, no. Hi, Britt. Oh jeez, finally got that annoying guy.
The entire room is like with your particular odor.
Chicken. Hi. 1 hour, 52 minutes. Yeah, see, some of these stuff, like, you can't cut through some of it because it's, like, the quick time events and cutscenes and stuff. Like, you cannot skip cutscenes. Why? How? I'm here. That's bullshit. I have to do the whole encounter again. I was literally there. Like, I don't understand. It's these annoying ass green guys that deflect everything. They take so fucking long to kill.
Such a pitiful opponent. I must be done with you fast, or I'll make myself ill with disgust.
Dude, I am actually getting super frustrated because it's like, it's not even fair at this point anymore because you have the environment working against you. You have so many of these guys and then those little skinny little green guys that deflect fucking everything.
I do so love making you pirate girls whimper like little babies.
No skipping cutscenes and You have environmental things that can just fucking kill you, like the fucking tornado can just wipe you out. This has been the hardest part so far. Like, it's been challenging for sure, but this is actually downright difficult, this part. I'm just gonna get hit by lightning. None of them got hit, really? And the quicksand, yeah. Insta-kill. Oh, these green guys here. Oh, there's two of them? Cool. I love these guys. They deflect fucking everything. Oh my fucking god, fuck off. Block everything, motherfucker. Oh! It just randomly generates, like, people appear. See, like, these guys, these guys are super annoying, and then the cannon guys. And I think it gave me two, yeah, it gave me two eel guys and a cannon guy. I'm just gonna kill it. I'm just gonna get killed. I can't even get over to the loot boxes. One, thanks. I just don't understand how I can shove him and he can immediately, instantly turn around and block my new hits. Right to all that.
I think I've met me match, and then some.
I just don't understand why I failed that last one. Oh, green motherfucker! Okay, these guys literally fucking dodge everything. It's actually disrespectful at this point with this fucking cyclone. Very cool.
I think I've met me match, and then some.
Get out of here, get out of here. So I basically just have to stay next to this guy, but it's hard because you naturally move around while you're fighting. Every time. It literally doesn't matter. Block everything, why don't you? I haven't hit this guy once. Okay, I'll just knock him over then, that's fine. I was like, eventually they've got to run out of stamina or something. I know it doesn't actually have stamina, but... Bro, just go. Just get knocked the fuck out. Alright, you're annoying. Those green dudes. I don't. They block fucking everything. Move before you get wiped out. Yeah, right, sure, because that's fair. Can't hit them until they stand up, because that's bullshit. Oh. I'm stuck. No. Oh, cool. My God. This is hard. Yes, Wolfie, and like it fucking just like blows in all the time, and it's so hard. See, like I was body blocked. I couldn't have fucking got out of there. And then you have to start this entire encounter again. See, at least the lightning you can see when it's coming. Fuckers. God, I hate them so much. Ooh, I survived that with 1 HP. You're fucking kidding me. The cyclone wiped through. I survived with 2 HP just to be smacked by some fucker who just also happened to survive that. Stuck on the cannon. Oh my God. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. This is like a crazy difficulty spike suddenly, and I feel like unnecessary. Like, I get that it's the end, but... You just threw in these enemies. Like I said, these little guys here deflect, like, everything. I literally I can't even take off block. The second I take block off, one of them hits me. Like I can't make a single swing. Like that's crazy.
You wish I was a better swordsman, or better at art.
My pinky actually hurts from having to hold the shift button down so long. Can I do it with this one? No. This fucker blocks every fucking thing. Okay, game, have like set enemies instead of just randomly generating between your set enemies, because when I get stun locked between two cannon enemies who are just literally playing volleyball with my fucking body, my pinky actually hurts. I don't know if I can finish this tonight. Like, I didn't realize how much fucking blocking I was gonna have to do.
This is beginning to look like it may not be a fair fight.
Half of my health. Half of my health because of the environmental damage. Half. In what world does that fucking seem fair? How did you survive? You're an actual skeleton. How did you survive? Again! He survived again!
This is beginning to look like it may not be a fair fight.
No, I need to go this way. No, fuck you, game.
Hard to believe you imagined that to threaten me.
The fact that the environmental damage does half of your fucking health bar is insane. Now I've got 2 of these skinny guys. I remember this part of the movie. Oh, you mean the part where I die 500 times on this one part because it's stupid? A rabbit. Bro, I'm actually fucking begging you. Just kill me now so I can restart this. Oh my god.
Your movements befuddle me. Are they meant to entertain? Whatever weapon you decide to use against me, just don't breathe on me.
Fuck you! Fucking cyclone. Oh my god, fuck you. I'm dead. There's no way. Yep.
I think I'm...
this is insane how difficult this is. There is no space to breathe, to move. Look, these two chickens are gonna expire before I can pick them up. Yep, there's one. What pisses me off is I've never gotten as far as I did that first attempt. Didn't kill any of them. Cyclone didn't kill fucking any of them. But knocked me down to 25 health. It also doesn't seem to hurt my human companion over here. Yeah, it doesn't look like it hits me most of the time. It's doing this on this encounter, but fuck you!
This is beginning to look like it may not be a fair fight.
Okay, so people are spawning again. No, I think this is what happened last time. Because I wasn't technically considered close enough to this man. Block every fucking thing I do. I hate the green guys. Oh my god. Too far, too far, too far. Who did I finally do it?
My name is Will Turner.
Oh, fuck you.
I do believe I can fight you. No weapons at all. I'll enjoy doing the very best till you be at your very worst. What a slithering snake you are, to think you can fight me!
Shit! New character, but you get to keep the same HP. Well, I did it, just not fast enough, I guess.
You forget, I truly am heartless.
Spoilers!
Tell me, do you fear death?
Do you?
I see that the wretched Black Pearl survived.
Paradise Souls, but yeah, wouldn't
Let's
it?
send her down to the depths.
Davy Jones sounds nothing, I know.
Will be my duty to the crown to physically hurt you.
And I thought you just looked scared.
What the fuck? Why is there a random ass fucking gnat again? It's the middle of damn winter. Yo, one of you need to grab a chicken because I struggle busting real hard right now. Yes, chickens. What the hell? So y'all just block everything too? Oh my god, you guys are so annoying. Chicken. No, go down and get the fucking chicken. Yeah, just like Dave the Diver, yep. Now what are we supposed to do?
Enemies like you make this all
Bro. It's fucking Matt, I swear. How do you guys block everything? Oh, I gotta get back over here. Holy shit. Lucky. I'll bet you there's something to do. Nothing? There's nothing to do? I see. I see. I have to go down there though. Do you see the markers? See you guys later, I guess. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. So what happens if I stay up here until the cannons? Or will the cannons not go off? A little to the left, and a little to the right, and a little to the left, and a little to the right. Bro, how much HP does this fucker have?
Perhaps I'll inflict even more pain upon you.
Perhaps you can suck this dick. Excuse me, why is he not? Okay, hold on. Why is he not shoving, though? Like, I've shoved this guy like a dozen times. Alright, now I'm gonna die, and I've made it this fucking far. Oh, shit. Oh, shift my weight. Shit. That's not him. He's over on the he's on the ship right there. Giving directions. It's just good business. Alright, I'm fucked. I have nothing. Alright, is this a hiding spot here? It is, okay. Oh, was I? Was that technically him? Why is it not? It's not shoving them up here. Is there just like not enough room or something? Oh yeah, that's technically him. I just saw him jump down. He doesn't have a health bar though.
We witnessed the end of piracy and the end of Jack Sparrow.
Cutler Beckett, yeah.
Been a more glorious day?
Oh.
And so the tale is told. The soul is lost, and the sea moves over, uncaring, unchanging, forever.
I've taken Davy Jones' place. It was the only way. I must serve my time, and I will serve. If you will wait for me.
I will. And then?
I will return for you.
Damn, that part as Elizabeth was harder than the end.
Me and a few of the others had a little chat.
We're not back to this, are we? After all we've been through.
It's decided. I get to captain the Black Pearl.
Well done, thank you.
They call it Symmetry, Jack.
Time passes. More time passes.
Well, if it isn't the renowned Jack Sparrow.
No.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
No. Please tell me. No, because the other movie hadn't come out yet. I did it! Wow. What a great game, guys. What an incredible game. What a great game. I've watched the films and I've played the game. Yep. I'm not working tomorrow either, Wolfie Bing. Why didn't you ask me? Put it on the list. Yeah. That would be insensitive. True. How come you guys are allowed to make jokes and I'm not allowed to make jokes? You were half joking. Sometimes our jokes are pretending like you didn't make a joke. Now what can we do? You aren't getting off anytime soon. I just finished my game. I was gonna go. I was gonna go to bed. Nolan North was a voice? Who was Nolan North in this? Wait, who was Nolan North in this? Amand the Corsair and Lieutenant Floyd. Interesting. We all know you won't go to bed. What do you mean? I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I might go to sleep. Why? What do you guys want me to do? What do you want me to do? You never have answers for this either when I ask. Hi, Sleepy Eye Wolfie. Wow, you guys are gonna actually let me go to eat? Stream progress. Game complete 26%. Dueling stats. I really am sleepy, and that's genuinely because I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule, but like realistically, like I should not be going to bed at 11:30 because then I'll wake up at like 6 a.m., which I don't want to do. Chill on TCG. I am afraid that TCG might be too chill, you know? Like the chill may be too extreme. I could Dave the Diver for an hour or two. Maybe. I am sleepy though. I am not lying that I am sleepy. But I really, really realistically should not. Go to bed? No, that's what I'm saying is I should not go to bed because if I go to bed now, I'll wake up at like 6 o'clock in the morning and I don't want to do that. What's Treasure Cove? $12.22. Jack Sparrow, Bill Toyner, Captain Teague, Cotton, Captain Elizabeth Swan is different. Play Lego Pirates of the Caribbean? Yeah, I honestly think I might call it for the night. Or maybe I'll lay down in bed and play some I've been playing some Plants vs. Zombies. Alright, let's see if anyone's live. We lost some followers again. Womp womp. Looks like you guys are never getting a new cult. You guys are never getting a new cult. You need more people? We do. We need 10 more people. You got this Cult of the Lamb? I did get Cult of the Lamb. You have a Stream Deck? I do have a Steam Deck. Well, I have an off-brand Steam Deck. I have a Logitech. It's called the Logitech Cloud. And yeah, it's basically a Steam Deck. I know. What am I supposed to do? Alright, let's go rate Doc. If you guys don't remember who Doc is a fellow Firekeeper. He plays Night Rain with me a lot. He's probably one of the best Night Rain players that I've ever met. He's crazy good. He's a fellow Firekeeper. He's playing Neo 3, the new Neo game that just came out. So let's go raid him. So let me set this up. You guys could stay for the raid. I appreciate it. Let's fucking try to make some stupid fucking progress in Kingdom Come this week, huh? Maybe we can finally fucking finish it and move on to something else. Maybe we'll play some... Maybe this is what we'll do. Maybe we'll play a couple days of Kingdom Come to at least, like, say I've, like, put some progress in, and then we'll go back to Dave the Diver. I want to get it done. I really, really want to get it done because I want to move on to Red Dead. So, alright. Let's get this raid going. Okay, this is a Firekeeper raid. So don't forget that there's no pot friend in this message anymore. It stops at the fire. So it's this, guys. This is the Firekeeper message. Alright guys, go hang out with Doc. He's playing Neo. I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what time. I'm live when I feel like going live. It will either be Dave the Diver or Kingdom Come, depending on how my mental health is. I have to film that interview, that video interview thing. I have to film that tomorrow, so we'll see. We'll see how well I sleep. We'll see all that jazz. But I will be live tomorrow at some point, whether it's morning, noon, night, afternoon, who knows. At some point tomorrow. You know the deal. Keep an eye on the Discords. Thanks for hanging. Go say hi to Doc. I hope you all have a good night. Thanks for hanging out for me to play this wacky game. I hope you all enjoyed it. And honestly, I know it sounds silly, I know it sounds sappy, but like, thank you for letting me play silly things like this, and thank you for letting me try new games, and for letting me just really truly be myself and play funny things that maybe aren't the most popular. But I appreciate it. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good eepies. I know I will, because I'm sleepy. Bye.